options because they assumed.
The Biden administration finally agreed to ban Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance from receiving any more funding for gain-of-function research. You'll recall EcoHealth Alliance and Peter Daszak were the ones that were funding the research in Wuhan, China. This is a great victory. But this is only the beginning. It's time to take things a step further and prosecute Dr. Fauci for lying to Congress. He still insists he didn't fund gain-of-function research. We now know it's a lie. It's time that he be prosecuted. Add your name to stand with me.
They think the story's real, and they're just
what the Obama ad is, just out of curiosity.
Is coming up on one of the last major fundraising deadlines before Election Day. So when I say that your donation will go a long way, I really mean it. In a race this big, with stakes this high,
they're already going to rig it, doesn't matter.
Just chipping in a few bucks. Americans across the country are too.
They're already going to rig it, though.
Together. I'm counting on you to step up and support Kamala and Tim's campaign.
All that money is going to go to fucking Dominion.
Not tomorrow, not next week.
And not just for the Democrats, the Republicans too. That's what all this fucking fundraising shit is from both sides that we just saw. It's just how much money can you raise. Doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. How much money can you raise to fucking buy the best manifold?
But today, when your gift matters most. Thanks so much.
Anyway.
महाकपालि संपदे शिरोजटाल
पिङ्गलस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रभा कदम्बकुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसरान्ति पीठभूभुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखर ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयध्वजं मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयोः कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयोः समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निर्झरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा शिरस्त्रमञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो ललामभाललग्नकः शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यहम् इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्वरं ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवीकलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकारचण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवः शिवम् जटाटवीकलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकारचण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवः शिवम् जटाकटाः सम्भ्रमभ्रमन्निलिम्बनिर्झरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि भगज्वलल्ललाटपट्टपावके किशोरचन्द्रशेखरे रतिप्रतीक्षणम् धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी विलासबन्धुबन्धुरसुरद्दिगन्तसन्तति प्रमोदमानमानसे कृपाकटाक्षधोरणि निरुद्धदुर्धरापदि क्वचिद्दिगम्बरे मनो विनोदमेतु वस्तुनि जटाभुजङ्गपिङ्गलस्फुरत्पणामणिप्रभा कदम्बकुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्किपीठभू भुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जयस्फुलिङ्गभानिपीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकं सुधा कच्चिदं तमन्तकच्चिदं भजे कलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयत्वदभ्रविभ्रमक्रमध्वजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरत्करालभालभव्यवान् विनिध्यमिद्धिविध्वनं मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलम् ध्वनिक्रमं प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयो कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा शिरस्त्रमञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो ललामभाललग्नकः शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यहम् इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवीगलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बिताम्बुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव जटाटवीगलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बिताम्बुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव जटाकटाः सम्भ्रमभ्रमन्निलिम्बनिर्झरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि भगद्भगद्भगज्ज्वलल्ललाटपट्टपावके किशोरचन्द्रशेखरे रतिप्रतीक्षणम् धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी विलासबन्धुबन्धुरसुरद्दिगन्तसन्तति प्रमोदमानमानसे कृपाकटाक्षधोरणि निरुद्धदुर्धरापदि क्वचिद्दिगम्बरे मनो विनोदमेतुवस्तुनि जटाभुजङ्गपिङ्गलस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रभा कदम्बकुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्किपीठभुजङ्गराजमारयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्ज्वलद्धनञ्जय प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रते नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरद्भूनि शीतिनी तमः प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्ब निर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुरः कलानिधानबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगण्डवीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्छिदं गजच्छिदाधगच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे कलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयत्वदभ्रविभ्रमक्रमध्वजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरकरालभालहव्यवान् विनिध्यमिद्धिविध्वनं मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयो कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा शिरस्त्रमञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो ललामभाललग्नकः शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यहम् इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् जटाटवीकलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव जटाटवीकलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले गलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव जटाकटाः सम्भ्रमभ्रमन्निलिम्ब निर्झरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाटपट्टपावके किशोरचन्द्रशेखरे रतिप्रतीक्षणम् धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी विलासबन्धुबन्धुरसुरत् पिङ्गलस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसरान्विती प्रभु भुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्ज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधानिपीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः करालकालमट्टिका धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतीकृता प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायते खलाधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रते नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्धदुर्धरस्फुरद्भूनिशीथिनी तव प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्बनिर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुरः कलानिधानबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगन्धवीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्छिदं गजच्छिदाधगच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयध्वनभ्रविभ्रमभ्रमध्वजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवान् विनिध्यमिद्धिमिध्वनन् मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः
Hey guys, we built this entire garage in 2 days. Don't believe me?
शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न चक्राणसंज्ञो न वै पञ्चवायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पञ्चकोश न वाक्पाणिपादं न चोपस्थवायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ न मे वै मदो नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदा न यज्ञः अहं भोजनं नैव भोज्यं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न मे मृत्युशङ्का न मे जातिभेदः पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्मः न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वाच्च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणां न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेयः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् अहं निर्विकल्पो निराकाररूपो विभुत्वाच्च सर्वत्र सर्वेन्द्रियाणां न चासङ्गतं नैव मुक्तिर्न मेयः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं चिदानन्दरूप
Alright, Captain Bradford, I'm gonna give you a phone call if you're there. Real quick. Okay, I'll give you the chat link right now. I'm gonna give you a phone call. I just want to talk about what we're about to write. So basically, for people who aren't gonna hear the phone call, what we're gonna talk about is, to give you a synopsis of what we're gonna do here, when they try to say that G represents the dominant vote and H is the auxiliary vote, the problem with that is that the election day vote and the mail-in vote occur at different times and in different places. Done by different people. But, although we can raise that argument, we will raise that argument, what we want to do is return this to natural language through the M and N percentages. Okay? Something that we can explain in words to debunk their bullshit. Okay? I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to make a phone call because I have to talk about this shit to somebody sometimes. It makes it easy. It helps me write it. Can't always talk to ChatGDP about this, because if I only talk to ChatGDP, I wouldn't know how like a human actually is reading it or like understanding it. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, let's kill some noobs. Then, we're gonna write about how to handle this argument.
Maybe he's like, uh-oh, if Trump wins, we're censored. Admits that the Harris-Biden administration pressured Facebook to censor Americans, censor the Russian, what they called Russian disinformation, the Hunter Biden laptop story, and that, this interfered in a U.S. election. He's saying that he's going to curb election donations, but this is them basically saying the U.S. government came in and said, we want this information censored, even if it was just jokes. Now, Zuckerberg goes on to say that, we are the ones who ultimately made the decision to do this. I don't buy it. I think he's just trying to avoid as much collateral damage as possible, and the reality is the federal government came to him and they told him what to do and what to censor. Now, some points of clarification. They were already censoring before Harris-Biden came in and pressured them for more censorship. This is the election interference. Once Biden gets elected, then they start putting more pressure on Facebook. So they were more than happy to abide by the FBI and censor Americans, but something's changed. Maybe it's that Mark Zuckerberg's scared Donald Trump is going to win. He started working out, grew out his hair. Maybe he's like, uh-oh, if Trump wins, we're in trouble for the things we did. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about the CEO of Telegram being arrested in France. It's huge news. And a Democrat saying Elon Musk better be, he must be worried. We'll talk about that. Plus, Donald Trump this morning laid a wreath, attending a ceremony for fallen soldiers, an event that was snubbed by Harris and Joe Biden, the sitting president. They didn't attend. And I can't say that I'm surprised. Before we get started, my friends, head over to castbrew.com and buy Cast Brew coffee to support the show. We've got a bunch of great flavors. Rise with Roberto Jr., second most popular blend. I recommend that one. And also Ian's Graphene Dream seems to be doing very, very well. People really like low acidity coffee. They say it's been better on their stomachs, and that was the whole point. Also, head over to timcast.com, click Join Us to become a member and support our work directly. We fight the fake news every day, and it's only possible thanks to you as members. So click join us over at timcast.com. But for $10 a month, you will get access to our Discord server where you can call in, join our show Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. That's our uncensored members-only call-in show. You can be a guest on that show, but you got to be a member. So go to timcast.com and sign up. But don't forget to also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Joseph McBride.
Good to be here, Tim.
Who are you? What do you do?
Well, I'm Joe McBride. I'm a lawyer from Brooklyn, New York. I do all kinds of things, but I make my bread and butter as an attorney. I represent a bunch of people in Trump world. I'm known for my representation of January 6th defendants, most notably Richard Barnett, who had his feet up on Pelosi's desk, most infamously probably Ryan Nichols, and I also represent Andrew and Tristan Tate.
That'll be interesting. I really want to talk to you about that story because they recently started seizing more of their property. They were rearrested, and you've been saying it's all bunk, and you've got proof. All this stuff is BS. So definitely will be interesting to talk about the Tristan Andrew Tate story. But should be fun. Thanks for hanging out. We got Libby hanging out.
I'm hanging out. I'm Libby Emmons with the Post Millennial. Glad to be here.
I'm glad you're here too. I'm Hannah Cliff Rimmel. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Let's get started.
Here's the big story from the Washington Examiner. Mark Zuckerberg admits censorship and vows to curb election donations. Zuckerberg said in his most explicit criticism yet of the Biden White House that senior officials repeatedly pressured the tech billionaire's company to suppress content related to COVID-19 on its Facebook platform in 2021. Senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and expressed a lot of frustration with our teams when we didn't agree. He said he believed the pressure from the White House, which came to light through a sweeping lawsuit brought by 2 Republican attorneys general in 2022, was wrong, that he regretted not being more vocal about it, and that he made misinformed content moderation choices, and that his company would push back on any future pressure. Now, I find this really funny that he's saying that, because he also mentions the FBI warned us in a separate situation about a potential Russian disinformation operation of the Biden family and Burisma in the lead up to the 2020 elections. That fall, when we saw a New York Post story reporting on the corruption allegations involving then Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden's family, we sent that story to fact checkers for review and temporarily demoted it while waiting for a reply. It's since been made clear the reporting was not Russian disinformation, and in retrospect, we shouldn't have demoted the story. But also the fact checkers claimed it was. They said, was it 50 intel agents? Said it had all the hallmarks of a Russian disinformation story. Now, what I want to throw out there, because we've got this letter here from the House Judiciary. He says they're gonna be more forceful and push back in the future. Yeah, I think it's clear what Mark Zuckerberg fears. The only reason he's calling this out now is because he thinks Donald Trump is going to win, and he's got to back off a little bit. But he's also kind of saying it, right? If Trump wins in the future, don't worry, Mark Zuckerberg will be sure to push back. But this is actually pretty big news to hear that Mark Zuckerberg is basically saying the Harris-Biden administration repeatedly pressured them to censor content, including humor and satire, and they ultimately did. And that's what the House Judiciary GOP says, that Biden and Harris pressured Facebook to censor Americans. They did censor Americans, and they throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. This is a big win for free speech, I suppose, so long as we can enforce stopping Facebook from doing these things in the future. But now, I suppose, with whatever Zuckerberg's worried about, we still have X. Rumble called this out. This is fantastic news. And so we're hoping that with these huge shifts in social media policy, at least the fear from people like Zuckerberg, maybe we won't have as much interference in this upcoming election.
But then you have to trust Mark Zuckerberg, which I have such a hard time doing. I mean, it's good that the letter is out there on its face because the admission is important, but I think that Mark Zuckerberg is kind of acting opportunistically, right? If he thinks Trump is going to win, or if he thinks maybe mainstream culture is leaning more right-wing and he wants to regain his footing. I mean, he's not a popular guy on the internet. He's often the butt of a lot of jokes. And so trying to posture as like this free speech advocate after, probably being involved in a lot more than he's admitting to, it's just so hard for me to be like, good job, Mark. We'll take one for the team.
I can see what you're saying with that, with Zuckerberg and not really trusting him, but he has had some changes over the summer. We were just talking before the show. He started working out, like that's sort of a thing. He's like all into his health now, which is oddly a conservative perspective these days. But also after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump on July 13th, he apparently called Trump, said he would not be supporting Democrats this year. He already said that he would not be using the platform the same way for political purposes. And he called Trump a badass after that attempt. He was very vocal about that, saying that when Trump raised his fist like that, he was a badass, which, I mean, he obviously was. You don't think Zuckerberg...
It did not sound sincere.
You don't think so? I thought it did sound sincere.
When he was like, when Trump raised his fist, that was badass. I was just like, this guy's scared.
It feels like Mike Tyson famously said everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. It feels like he's anticipating that punch. This does feel opportunistic to me.
Yep.
I think the proof is in the pudding. Once the mainstream media and everybody else in the world starts coming for Zuckerberg like they're coming for Elon Musk, then we'll know that he's made meaningful change. Until then, it's just all talk. And by the way, look, if you look at my Instagram account right now, it'll say this guy shares misinformation on a regular basis, which is an absolute load of crap. I share truth on a regular basis. So stop the censorship, and once the enemies of free speech, once they start coming for you, then we'll know that you're one of us.
Well, they've been investigating, the House Judiciary has been investigating Zuckerberg and Facebook for over a year. They launched their investigation in April 2023. So
he knows it's coming.
So he knows it's coming, and Jordan has been releasing Facebook files this whole time showing the censorship and suppression.
And so he calls Trump and says, no, I'm backing off. He's basically saying, truce, man.
Well, even in his letter, he talks about the Zuckerbucks, right? He was saying, through the Chan Zuckerberg Family Foundation, I think is what it's called.
Initiative, the Chan Zuckerberg.
He's saying, I donated this money because of COVID and to ensure all of these things. And even then, no one believed this, right? Like, no one thought Mark Zuckerberg was just altruistically being like, I just want democracy to be okay. Like, everyone knew he had a political bent. And it's just, it's very hard for me. And maybe I wish I could be more open-minded. Libby's obviously much more forgiving than I am. But
I'm super forgiving. It's like it's almost a flaw.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the summer before an election year, you're sort of like, oh, I too have questions about the government, even though I have worked with them for a long, long, long time. I mean, I think probably Mark Zuckerberg could tell you that he worked with the Obama administration. That's just my opinion. It's now that the Biden-Harris administration is so deeply unpopular that I think he is starting to say, like, no, I'm one of you guys. Please come back and use Facebook again.
What does it mean that you're going to tone down donations anyway? It's a very relative statement. If you're going to quit getting involved, quit getting involved. Say, look, I'm done with this black and white issue. I'm not accepting donations anymore. No more Zuckerbucks. I'm not going to interfere with the election. Or it's, look, I'm still doing what I did last time, just not as much. If you're toning it down, but if it's $100 billion is coming in, I'm toning it down, I'm only taking $30 billion. What does it really mean? You're still messing around. So stop, step aside, become an advocate for actual free speech, or you're just talking about it.
I don't buy this for a second. I think the dude's scared. I think he sees Donald Trump winning. He knows that when Trump does win, they're going to get a DOJ investigation for election interference, manipulation, collusion, and that I don't think we go as far as to see, a lot of people are thinking Trump's going to arrest Hillary, or it didn't happen the first time, it's not going to happen again. I don't think Zuckerberg is going to get arrested. I don't think Trump weaponizes the DOJ or anything like that. I think it's investigated. I think it's a fine. And it's going to be bad for the shareholders. And he's going like, crap. Trump wasn't supposed to win. He wasn't supposed to come back. Now they can't get a handle on things. He's like, we shouldn't have done this. Take a look at this. He says, I'll read that portion where he talks about Zuckerbucks. He says, I want to address the contributions I made during the last presidential cycle to support electoral infrastructure. The idea here was to make sure local election jurisdictions across the country had the resources they needed to help people vote safely during a global pandemic. I made these contributions through the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. They were designed to be nonpartisan, spread across urban, rural, and suburban communities. Still, despite the analyses I've been showing otherwise, I know that some people believe this work benefited one party over another. Where there have been reports that on election day, for instance, all Democrats received a notification saying, make sure to go vote. And only somewhere around 68 or 70% of Republicans got the same notification. That is 100% intentional manipulation. You don't accidentally not send certain voters a reminder to go vote. And it's actually absolutely insane if you think about it. You have 200 people, let's say, hypothetical group, 100 Democrats, 100 Republicans. And Facebook says on the top of every Democrat, put go vote, and don't send anything to Republicans. Now, a lot of Republicans will remember to go vote, But those that don't will forget. They'll go, oh, that was election day?
Right.
And all those Democrats are going to see it, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'll go vote. That's manipulation. That's extreme.
Especially in a game of inches. You know,
Right.
everything is inches, right? So,
What was Georgia? 12,500 votes?
yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
It's narrow. It makes a big difference. I want there to be a redemption arc for a lot of people. I think there are sort of default Democrat institutions where maybe people don't think critically about what they have agreed to because they always think of themselves this one way, and so they just vote with the party. I just find Mark Zuckerberg in particular to be a not very trustworthy person because similar to what you're talking about, I think we all know people who have experienced specific targeted political censorship on a meta-related platform, and they just get no answer from Facebook. It's great that the House committee got some answers out of him, but there's so much to Facebook, especially because, at least for a long time, it really was the dominant social media platform. So many things became integrated with Facebook that just the amount of data that they collect and the way that they're able to use that against their users is kind of intimidating.
Sure. And there's a big difference in between when somebody volunteers an apology. Listen, guys, I should not have done this. I got this wrong. And, oh, by the way, I'm being investigated. Probably shouldn't have did that. I promise to change. I mean, give me a break. If it doesn't come from your inner soul, if it doesn't come from your own experience in life, look, I got it wrong. There's some contrition there, then I'm just not buying it. I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, I don't buy it for a second. He's just scared. He's scared that Donald Trump's going to get in and it's going to be bad news for Facebook. But I'll take it. Look, you don't need to forgive the guy, but you can say, okay, all right, that's it. We're going to keep an eye on you and don't make any, don't play these stupid, dirty games again. But it's good that Mark Zuckerberg is scared. It means that we're going to have a level playing field this time around. At least we can hope.
More than last time anyway, for sure.
Sure, but I'm also worried this is just the sheepskin, right? This is him saying, oh, yeah, you guys, don't worry. And then he's turning around to the guys and be like, double our efforts. Trump cannot win. Because if he really is scared, why wouldn't he stop? He's going to keep going and try to make sure Trump doesn't win.
That's why I go back to sometimes just more conservative positions socially are trendy, and he's aware of that enough to want to seem like someone that he doesn't want to lose users to. I mean, I think there are a lot of people who are moderate to conservative voters in America who don't want to use Facebook. Facebook is an actively dying social media platform. He needs middle America to trust him enough, and maybe this is the only way he can sort of turn the tide on that. I think generally, probably it's more selfish. There's probably some sort of personal risk that he's facing that he's willing to sort of change his positioning on. But it would be fascinating if, celebrities and sort of tech tycoons or whatever decided that they were just actively going to become non-political going forward, because that's what he's saying in the letter. Like, I want to be neutral. I don't want to do anything. Like,
well, he's saying that about the platform, not necessarily himself.
He's saying that he doesn't want to donate, and that's like his personal use. Like the Chan Zuckerberg initiative is private.
There may be some good news buried in this too, depending on what is true or what you want to believe. Zuckerberg started working out. Got a little bit of tan. Wasn't he growing some facial hair?
A little bit. Growing his hair out a little bit.
Growing his hair out a little bit, and people were like, whoa, what's going on with Zuckerberg? He used to look like a pale-skinned robot. Now he's starting to look like a normal dude. I wonder if, two things potentially, the internet got to him. He did not like being made fun of and compared to robots all the time, so he decided he's got to get a tan and start working out. Or it could be that boots on the ground sentiment is so overwhelmingly pro-Trump that on the internet they can lie about it. But maybe Mark Zuckerberg's just going out to these neighborhoods and they're all pro-Trump.
And also, I mean, he hangs out with tech guys. There's a lot of Silicon Valley guys who are pro-Trump.
And he's probably sitting in their midst and they're like, oh, shut up, Mark, you helped Biden win. And he's like, I didn't do that to you, I swear, stop making fun of me. And they're like, yeah, dude, look at this mess we're in. Look at the economy, look at the stagnation. You were the one who wanted, no, I swear, I won't. He could just be socially pressured and embarrassed.
Well, he could also finally be like manning up a little bit and realize he doesn't like getting pushed around by the man.
And it didn't do him any favors, right? Because
it
ultimately
didn't help.
he became a villain to his customers.
Well, and to his employees,
And you pointed out before the show, I mean, he does have children, although I think his children are like middle school age now. Maybe it is just like slowly maturing and evolving to see the thing that you thought you were doing that was good is actually not good.
Yeah, I mean, he started Facebook in college, so his politics must have changed over the years since then.
I think there's a lot to say for the jiu-jitsu crowd that he's rolling around with right now. That is, hey, you put in work and you get results, right? There's nothing really paternalistic about that. You get what you put into that situation, and that crowd is a very, at best, politically agnostic. Otherwise, it's to the right. And I think a lot of his colleagues that he's rolling with, a lot of his colleagues that he's training with, there's a lot of time when you're rolling on the mat or you're sitting to the side and you're taking a breather and you're just talking about life and you're talking about whatever. And if he's looking to these guys like, I want to be a black belt in jiu-jitsu, I want to beat this guy, I want to make this guy tap out, and they all see the world differently than me, then maybe to some extent that's having an influence on him as well.
What if it's his wife? What if Priscilla's super red-pilled and no one realized it? She became a mom and she's like, you know what? I'm rethinking everything.
Well, it was their
Good
foundation that was doing a lot of that election integrity stuff. The fake election.
And she's like, it was used for evil. It was supposed to support infrastructure.
Let's jump to this story from Fox News. Vindman says Musk should be nervous after Telegram CEO was arrested. Free speech absolutists weirdos.
Is Alex Vindman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Telegram CEO Pavel Durov is being accused of not taking sufficient action to limit criminal activity on the messaging app. And Vindman says that Elon Musk should be worried. He says that there's implications for other social media. There's a growing intolerance for platforming disinfo and malign influence and a growing appetite for accountability. He's completely correct about that. There's an intolerance for people like him, in my opinion, platforming disinfo and malign influence. Ukraine is an enemy of this country. I despise that country. I used to like it. I thought it was beautiful. I have friends in there. Now I think they are... It's a hive of scum and villainy by which we should have no involvement. They are now accused, as a warrant issued for the arrest of a Ukrainian for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline.
That's right.
Ukraine, using Western weapons, intelligence, and resources, now invaded Russia. The U.S. needs to cut them off cold turkey and say enough, because they are enemies and they are going to lead this country and this planet to destruction. That's Vindman, who overwhelmingly blindly supports that country, who helped lead the fake impeachment of Donald Trump when Donald Trump was trying to investigate the illicit business dealings of the Bidens. So this guy should be worried about his malign influence.
He leaked the phone call between Trump and Zelensky, where Zelensky was like, hey, why was that prosecutor fired? Was that because of Biden's influence? And Vindman leaked that, and that led to the first impeachment. Even though what Trump was saying is, was Biden withholding money from you guys until you fired the prosecutor?
That's illegal. We got to look into that.
Right.
Wow, that's crazy.
We should check that out.
And then the deep state and Democrats colluded and conspired to impeach Donald Trump over a crime they committed. It's a very smart maneuver. Accuse your enemy.
The iron law of woke projection strikes again.
The intelligence agencies and the Democrats knew that the only way to get it's brilliant. You have to. I'll put it this way. I'll tell you a story, or I'll give you a simple analogy. If two people get into a fight, it's usually whoever calls the police who wins. There are numerous circumstances that happen all the time where the aggressor who starts the fight calls the police and the victim gets arrested. Police don't care. They show up and they say, you called the police? Yeah, this guy's freaking out. He's attacking people. Doesn't matter if you're the victim. So what Democrats did was they're like, crap, Trump's onto us. We need to launch a criminal charge against him for doing this exact thing. That way it can't be used against us. We'll get to the police first.
It's a sick and insane form of gaslighting where they weaponize the justice system and the partnership between the government and the mainstream media complex to achieve a nefarious end. Look, I want to blow your mind for a minute. Imagine this. Think about this threat that he's making and the people who he represents, Vindman, who I can't stand the sight of him. But Trump is going to get sentenced in
September 18th.
September, 18, 15, something like that, right? And he's threatening here. The CEO of Telegram is now in jail. Right? He's threatening Musk. Could you imagine on October 1st if Trump and Musk were both in jail?
Yeah, they're not going to arrest Musk. He'd have to go to Europe.
Imagine he goes to Europe and he goes through France and they do the same thing to him just for the sake of argument. I don't want it to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But he's talking like it's going to happen.
It's not going to happen to Musk because of SpaceX and because of Tesla.
Well,
the economic damage would be tremendous.
They need SpaceX to go get those astronauts back.
Yes, they do.
They've got 2 U.S. astronauts just stuck in space.
Can you imagine being
Boeing
told
and NASA
they're
can't
be up
get
there
it?
for 8 days, and then they're like, actually will come get you in a couple months. Like,
Was
Right?
it supposed to be 8 days?
Yeah, it was supposed to be 8 days. What's funny is there was this whole joke about how NASA engineers tried to send up like 1,000 tampons with a woman who was going to be in space for like 4 days. Kind of hope those are still up there for that lady.
Well,
someone wrote a song about it. And it's like,
that's why
these
it's
are our
fake news.
nation's greatest minds.
But that's why it's fake news.
Why?
So there's this old trope where it's this meme that goes around. It says, NASA spent $4 million developing a pen that could write in zero gravity.
Right.
Russians used a pencil. It's so funny, right? Except you can't use pencils in outer space because the particulates from the pencil will break apart, get into the systems, get into the filters. You can't do it. And so the same thing happened with the tampon story, where they're like, did you know that NASA was trying to set up 100 tampons for a woman who's only going to be there for a week? Aren't they stupid? No, NASA probably said, how much money does it cost to send a payload up to outer space?
Yeah.
$50 million. Okay, well, let's quadruple up on everything we
And all
can
of
and
it.
do one trip. And so now they've got 100 plus tampons out
hope
there,
it's still up
not
there.
for one person. Yeah, certainly. Certainly. If it's going to be months, you might need a handful.
Yeah.
But the point is, people just generally don't understand these things, and they assume it was stupid to do something, which actually is, if you understand the full context of, when's the next $50 million payload being launched to the ISS? Right. Send as much as you can now, because you don't have a lot of opportunities to do it. People just don't get this stuff. But anyway, outside of that, why was this, what's going on with Pavel Durov? Why was he arrested, do you know?
He's arrested because he refused to kowtow. He refused to bow. He refused to kiss the ring. They wanted him to police and monitor Telegram. I know to some extent the CIA or the FBI and/or wanted to be able to backdoor into Telegram in order to spy on people. I would imagine that other members of the Five Eyes, Canada, United States, and Australia wanted to do that with their spy agencies as well. My understanding is that he universally told them all that they can go screw themselves. And because of that, he is now in jail.
Yep.
He's
He's
accused
Russian.
of money laundering, of aiding, abetting, and like child sexual exploitation content. I mean, it is kind of, when you read the complaint, it really does feel like they're throwing a very broad book at him. I was surprised, though. I mean, I know he is a French citizen, that he flew to France at all. I mean, it seems like I'm sure on some level he was aware that France opened this investigation on July 8th. And so it seems like it's sort of a risky move, but maybe he felt like, as a citizen, he was going to be afforded some kind of rights and protection.
It's insane because regarding the rights and protections that you're talking about, the world that we live in, that we've all enjoyed, where you have a constitution, where you have due process. There's supposed to be a process that you're due, that is afforded you, that you go through before your rights, your liberties, your stuff gets taken away from you, especially your freedom. We live in an era where the process is the punishment, right? They know that eventually you're going to win these cases. So they front load the punishment, they take you, they cancel you, they disenfranchise you, they debank you, they put you in jail in order to get you to cop to a plea that you should never have to plead to, just to have your freedom back before you ever have your day in court. So that's what this is about. They're doing it to him. They're doing it to Andrew and Tristan, they're doing it to Trump, and they're going to do it to anybody else who stands against them, who has the power to launch a counteroffensive, a counter-narrative in the world that we live in.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. I mean, these encrypted messaging apps are used by child traffickers and predators. So there is still a challenge of, to what degree is there a responsibility of the people running? I'll say this before I get into the deep details. I don't think he should be arrested. But what should we as a society do when there is a platform that allows child abuse and exploitation?
I think you have to have some type of meaningful internal regulatory process under which you self-police, and then if you're given a valid subpoena from a government agency, you have to comply with it, right? You don't just give the FBI or the CIA the ability to have warrantless intrusion into people's private thoughts. That you can't do that. So I'm sure that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
They wanted to backdoor him. He said no, and he said, okay, we'll put you in jail.
Yep.
It's funny, I don't know if you guys read Edward Snowden's response to this, but he had said basically, I can't believe President Macron is taking hostages in order to get access to private communication. I mean, this is terrible, and it's a breach of basic human rights and free speech. I think if you see who is responding to this really strongly, you get the same kinds of people who are saying, like, hey, the government is not always acting in your best interest, and you have to treat it with the same kind of skepticism you would with anything for your own safety and protection.
Indeed. View the government the way our founding fathers did. with a fair degree of skepticism. It's a necessary evil, and that's it.
And a lot of distrust, honestly.
Yeah, well, this is the French government, though. So
Even more distrust.
there's a funny a post where apparently, I don't know if this is true, I just saw someone post about it. The woman that he was with was posting everywhere they went. So the intelligence agencies knew exactly where he was all the time.
Was she some sort of asset or just
Some influencer.
Yeah.
And she's posting everywhere they were going, in the plane, in the jet, and then landing, and then they were like, we got him. But let's be real, they know his tail number, they know where he's landing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I think it's more than just her. What I'm curious now is, like, is Saudi Arabia going to intercede on his behalf? He's a citizen of the United Arab Emirates, I believe. His company is not based in Russia or France. It's based in the Middle East. So who steps in and says, we are here to advocate for you, or does this fall on him as a private citizen to have a good legal team?
It could be Putin.
Really?
I wouldn't put it past him.
The Kremlin released a statement saying basically the circumstances are very unclear and we're looking for more information. It's maybe you can speak to this, but Russia's relationship with Telegram is fascinating to me because, of course, it was founded because of pro-democracy riots in Russia. And then they were like, no, you have to give us information or get out. And so he left in 2014, and they banned it in 2018, and then 2021, they're like, just kidding, Telegram's back. I mean, they really, it is a very fluid and ever-changing dynamic between them. So in some ways, I feel like Russia wouldn't want to speak up on Trump's side, but also maybe they don't want to be terrorized by a NATO ally.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to describe the situation on the ground there. I do think that Putin's recent comments about, like, if you're looking to have a safe haven from being canceled, so on and so forth, come to us and we'll protect you, this kind of falls right in line with that. So if I were him, and if I wanted to be just opportunistic, I would take advantage of the situation and come in as the hero here. Somebody's going to have to do it. And Trump's not in a position to do anything right now.
It's not going to be Biden.
No. He's busy sundowning right now. So
He's on the beach.
yeah.
Well, let's talk about this. Here's a story from the Post-Millennial. Trump honors fallen soldiers from Afghanistan at Arlington Memorial Service. Kamala and Biden are no-shows. This morning, when I was watching my morning news, I saw Donald Trump at this ceremony at Arlington, and then I immediately was like, that's kind of strange. He's not the president. He's just running for president. Where's Kamala? Where's Biden? The current administration. They were not there. It is strange that the president and vice president are not at the Arlington Memorial Service for fallen soldiers, and Donald Trump is. Now, I think Trump went there because he has a sense of duty. He is asking to be leader of this country again, and he sees a responsibility in honoring those who sacrificed their lives for this country. And I also cannot say I'm surprised that Biden is vacationing.
He's on in a Delaware beach somewhere.
That's right, probably Rehoboth or something, right?
Yeah, laying
and,
out there.
Kamala MIA.
Kamala's in D.C. She was taking some briefings today.
Oh, wow.
Not open to the public.
So she was just down the street, and she could not spend even an hour.
That's correct.
On the third anniversary of their botched withdrawal.
Totally. 13 service members were killed in that bombing.
And she was the last one in the room, she said.
That's right.
Great.
Yeah, good for her.
Good for her.
Yeah.
They would have had to have contended with JFK's grave there as well. Look, Trump is winning right now. He's making all the right moves. He's continuing to do the right thing all the time. I had a conversation with somebody earlier who said that it is possible that maybe they weren't even invited. Maybe the families had such disdain for them, they just didn't even send an invitation.
Well, that's interesting.
Be that as it may, I think they still had a duty to show up. You send somebody, right?
Right.
One of the two of you have to show up because it sends a clear message to the military people and family service members of this country that they just do not care.
Issue a statement.
They both did release statements, but they couldn't even make like a video and a recording. Like there's a certain level of like cold and distance from this whole situation that's really about them, right? They don't want to talk about what happened in Afghanistan, and so instead they'd rather disrespect the families of the people who lost their children and relatives.
Well, it's their fault. And were they to show up, were to make a video or address this in any meaningful way, it's just going to highlight and be bad for their polls.
It certainly would be. We have a reporter who wrote this story, Tommy Stevenson, who's been in touch with the Gold Star families and has spoken to them at length. And many of them are just truly disgusted with the way the Biden and Harris administration has handled not only the withdrawal, but the reaction to it afterwards, and handled the memory and legacy of their children. It's just so insane. Like, they were at the RNC, they were speaking from the stage, and I was there on the floor that night, and I think I've told you guys about it before. It was incredibly moving. The entire room was silent, just honoring these families and the loss that they suffered, because their children literally went and died for this country.
It's a very Kamala Harris thing to do when she was the Attorney General or District Attorney, whatever it was in California. She was censured by the bar because there were innocent men languishing in prison, and these cases were brought to her attention on several occasions, and she did nothing about it because her office would have needed to issue a correction. So instead of saying, hey, we got it wrong, and losing a little bit of face in letting these guys out, she didn't do it. She got in trouble for it. She got jammed up for it later on. And to your point, there would have had to been some level of contrition here, some level of, hey, we were involved in this. It didn't pan out the right way. But despite that reality, we're here because we love you. We love these families. We care about what happened. But that never happened, right? This is who they are. And look, she's, in terms of controlled opposition, if you thought Biden was controlled, I mean, forget about it. Like this one over here, if she gets in, I have no idea who's going to be in charge. She's not going to be calling the shots, that's for sure.
And it's crazy that they weren't even, it's not like she was like, oh, I'm in Colorado on the campaign trail, but my hearts are with the families. He came back from California basically in time for this service and still couldn't drive out from Delaware. It's really just not that far. They're both in the D.C. area. There's sort of no excuse for not being able to say, this is worth acknowledging.
Well, she's not a genuine person, and he's not there. And one thing, it's like you said, I think you just said a second ago, she's not going to be pulling the strings when she's in the when she's in the White House, if she ends up in the White House, God forbid. And the thing about that too is that this is part of the Democratic Party's plan to delegitimize the presidency entirely, because they keep saying that what qualifies her are these immutable characteristics that don't have anything to do with qualifications or merit or skill or talent. They're saying she should be in the White House because she's a black woman, and there is joy and euphoria to that. Well, what does that mean other than saying the presidency is simply a figurehead, so let's just have a pretty one? Do you know what I mean? Like, the presidency clearly doesn't matter to these people because they put all of their faith in the deep state to implement agendas and guidelines and interpret laws that are passed by Congress. They don't care who the president is. They just care what she looks like and that, what she's representing for their mission and ethos, their vague plans and policies.
I was listening to this.
Aren't even there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think it's so fascinating. I mean, again, she's running without policies, and I was listening to this analysis of her speech at the DNC, and this New York Times reporter had said that they had heard from campaign officials that they were being told, like volunteers were being told, don't focus on policy, focus on story. And if you remember, so much of her speech was like, well, this is my childhood and my upbringing, and
narrative.
And
that's still what the website is. It's just bio.
Right, and there was this. I was listening to one podcast talking about it, and one of the women was saying, well, when I was there, I was like, we're in the room and it's exciting, but as I come down from this sort of like exciting, balloons and flag waving or whatever else, I realized that the things I was thinking, oh, that's kind of a policy, are really nothing. I mean, she was really given these people who are just lining up behind her blindly nothing. And I think enough will wake up from that and look at these moments, look at her not attending, going to the DNC and saying basically we're reclaiming patriotism, and they're making this big like USA chant or whatever, and then she can't show up at, what I actually would consider a very patriotic ceremony.
An actual one.
Yeah.
Other than the one where they're waving little paper flags on the floor while they're burning flags outside in the street.
Yeah. Only when it conveniences her for anything.
That is funny, isn't it? There's this picture going viral of what the streets look like after Pride events, and it's just a garbage dump.
Yeah.
But like bottles, cups, wrappers,
that's what environmentalists
soiled.
do. They litter.
They do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was another really funny one a while ago. It was like some environmental climate change rally, and after they left, everything was just trashed.
Yeah.
That's a good one. And then there's a video of the Trump supporters having a rally, and they're all cleaning up afterwards, and everything's left the way they came there. That is kind of funny. So when I look at this stuff, and I look at Democrats, I wonder if Democrats just really hate their own voter base. But I mean that literally.
I think they do. And I think they hate Americans. I think they just look down on everybody. Who's that, like that great, you guys saw the Chris Cuomo moment when he was on the floor of the DNC, and he was looking up and he was like, These people are literally looking down on us. That is
Well, he points out all these boxes start at $500,000. These people get special privileged access. That's the game they play.
Of course. I've always been very uncomfortable as well with her husband. I mean, you know, former head of Google or whatever it is, and then now...
Is that where he worked?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good about the public-private partnership between big tech and the White House at all. No one really talks about it. It would be uncomfortable, right, if Mark Zuckerberg were her significant other.
Well, and also they got married 10 years ago. They were introduced on a blind date by the head of ABC and her husband. So she was literally introduced on a blind date to her husband by the person who is in charge of hosting the only debate Kamala Harris has agreed to. And if
got
we
the
think,
Biden interview after the debate,
Got the Biden,
got the
yep.
Kim Cheadle interview.
That's right. And if
I don't think he worked at Google.
yeah,
It wasn't Google?
He's a lawyer.
Really?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
he left his position in the law firm when Kamala Harris became vice president, so that
He
he could
worked in
be
the Google case.
supporting her full time.
I could have it wrong.
I think Emhoff is an interesting character. I mean, I think there are a lot of moments with Kamala Harris where things don't feel authentic. You know, obviously we're not in her marriage. We don't know what happened there, but it definitely seems like she is
Happy
trying-
anniversary, Dougie!
Well, and she's trying to say, I'm from the middle class, and I'm one of you, and working, and my mom. Meanwhile, she's married to an elite attorney from California. She's held high-ranking government positions, like she was in the Senate. Like, I don't really understand how you can.
She slept her way
say,
into, you know, these
right? Like,
general's office.
how can you say you're of the working class when nothing about your lifestyle has signaled? Maybe your childhood was, like, maybe your childhood was.
Well,
super
but
middle
if you
class.
look, I mean, she talked a lot about her mother's immigrant past, you know, and all of the hardship that she faced as an immigrant. But if you look at what the story is, her mother was 19 from India. She came here to study science, become a doctor. Why? Because there were great opportunities here. And this is the person who's lecturing Kamala Harris as a young person about civil rights. That just seems really bizarre. Her mother then, didn't she like get a PhD and became a professor at McGill, which is like one of the most elite universities in Canada?
She grew up in a very nice.
She grew up in Montreal, and Emma Jo Morris, who's also from Montreal, keeps posting pictures and being like, this is where Kamala Harris grew up, in Westmount, which is this beautiful, wealthy neighborhood that I walked through once, and I was like, damn, it's nice here, you know? I didn't even know Kamala Harris grew up there, but that's nice.
Yeah.
The lefty Democratic machine thrives on elitism. Ivy League schools, you know, it's a who knows who situation. There's nothing working class about the way she presents, about her context in life, about the way she acts at all. I mean, this is, and you know, these Democrats, look at Pelosi and everybody else, they have more in common with the Rhino establishment,
Sure.
which is another branch of
The Uniparty.
Right, the Uniparty, than they have in common with any one of us, especially the working class. And if Tim, I got that wrong on her husband before, then I apologize. I don't know why I thought that was in my head, but you can't get it right all the time.
Let's jump to this story from the Post Millennial. Foo Fighters falsely claimed Trump used their My Hero song to introduce RFK Jr. without permission. Indeed, the Trump campaign had a license. So the Foo Fighters, we actually, let me pull up, here you
I
go.
wrote this. I put your tweet in there.
Yeah. They said, let's be clear, Wu-Tang for Children says, did you let Trump play your song? They said, no. Well, according to The Independent, they have seen documents appearing to confirm the campaign has indeed licensed the song from BMI's Song View service. Quote, we have a license to play the song, the campaign spokesperson said. So the Foo Fighters are playing this game where they're like, we didn't personally approve it. But in all literal sense, the Foo Fighters puts their song up for licensing, handled by BMI, which is one of the big music unions. The Trump campaign then licenses the song. That is with Foo Fighters' permission. What do they think is going to happen? Now they're acting like it didn't happen, and they're saying they're going to give any money from the royalties, which is stupid because it was a one-time use at an event, which is probably a couple $100, and they're going to give that money to the Kamala Harris campaign. Now they've just overtly chosen sides in a political dispute, which has pissed everybody off.
Well, and after they were, I saw some, people were saying on Twitter, like, oh, they just don't want to be involved in any political thing at all. They don't want to take any sides. And it's like, no, that turns out to be a lie. they're actually backing Kamala Harris.
Yep. They just said that they're going to give the money to her.
If they had a license, that license is an absolute defense. That means that the litigation is frivolous. They'll lose. Trump will win, and they'll sue for attorney's fees, and then take the attorney's fees and donate to the Trump.
There's no suing. I think Trump should sue them for.
That's what I mean. Counter-sue for attorney's fees. So if there's a frivolous lawsuit that's just based on bullcrap, right, and they know it's false, and if he's got an absolute defense with the license,
But he's not being sued. They're just tweeting.
Complaining online,
Oh, okay.
right? That's even like more like you're saying they would take legal action, they would take steps, but instead they're just like, no, we didn't let them. We don't like it. Like, I get so tired of this. Like Trump is so bad that if he ever comes near anything that people like, their fans are gonna freak out and melt down. Like, what do I don't know what the children of whatever it's called. Like, do they want there to be a caveat in any of their agreements? Anybody can use the song except for bad Donald Trump.
And I
Celine Dion recently bitching about it.
I tweeted, "Hey Foo Fighters, why you lying?"
Yeah.
Just for that, I'm going to cover Everlong. Okay, that's a warning. And then it was funny because Lance from the Surfs said something like, "Tim finally figured it out" or whatever. And I responded with, "I already warned Max Collins from Eve 6. I will cover Inside Out. Don't you make me do it. I will play that song."
you should. And you know what's hilarious? The Wu-Tang for the Children, right? So when you look at Wu-Tang Clan's history, and if you look at Raekwon, who's the founding member of the Wu-Tang Clan, Raekwon the Chef, one of his aliases is the Black Trump. He held himself out as the Black Trump this entire time. I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, Trump's very, very bad. And this is what gets me like so
Very, very bad. Just very bad.
very, very
Very
bad.
bad.
Yes. But can you name a Kamala Harris policy? Oh, she's joy.
Irrelevant. But you know what I did here? I was listening to all these post DNC analysis, and it was amazing how many left-wing pundits were like, well, there was all this hype that Beyonce was going to be there, and then she wasn't. Haha, we're not mad about it. But can you believe that? We took that.
Hype on Thursday that Taylor Swift and Beyonce were going to be there.
That's how they're filling these places up. People were pissed.
They did this during Occupy Wall Street with Radiohead. They said that it's the only way they could have got people to show up. They said, "Hey, Radiohead's going to play at Occupy Wall Street in support of the protest," and then 2,000 some odd people showed up. And then they said they did something to the effect of like, "Before we get into the real reason everyone's here, we're going to talk to you about Occupy Wall Street." And then everyone sat and listened, and that's how they tricked everybody. And then, of course, nobody showed up to play anything.
No, nothing. Yeah.
My favorite post afterwards, though, was Taylor Swift should say she has an album she'll only release if Harris gets elected.
Oh my God.
Which I think is kind of funny.
But meanwhile, like one of her best friends, Brittany Mahomes, digs Trump.
Yeah, who she spent the weekend with.
Yeah.
In Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island with all of the other like fancy people. You know what was funny about that is all I could think of was like Edith Wharton and those Newport days of the early 20th century when all the rich people just flocked to Rhode Island for their summers. And I thought, like, you guys are elitist scum.
Yeah, it's pretty elite.
Staying in one of those old mansions, you know.
Look, she wrote a song about it. It's part of her art now.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of Edith Wharton's art too, but like nobody wants to actually live in House of Mirth.
I just, as a state, Rhode Island is so small, but they have maintained being so elite for so long.
Right? But they're also there's also like a lot of poverty in Rhode Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's true for a lot of New England.
Yeah.
With these very,
Yeah.
very wealthy enclaves with very rural or very poverty-stricken areas. I'm totally thrown off by the fact that we're now doing this to music.
I really
was
enjoyed
great.
that. I thought that was terrific.
I liked it, but it's just I'm not used to it. I feel like we should
mind
make
making
something more calm.
I feel like we should get cocktails, you know.
Yeah, but this is a symptom of the panic, I suppose. I don't think Foo Fighters knows or actually cares about anything related to politics. I actually think they knew that the license went out. I'm willing to bet that when the Trump campaign licensed the song, here's a possibility. They licensed the catalog. They went to BMI and said, how much to use your songs? And they said, it's going to cost you X amount of dollars per month. They said, here you go. And they said, you got it. That's a strong possibility. It's also possible that they really wanted specifically this song for a one-time use, which is a common thing. So when there's a live show happening, you reach out to the representative agencies and you say, how much for a one-time use license? And they'll say something like, I think it's like $1,000 to $2,000. For a big event like this, it's like a grand. And then they go, you got it. I'm willing to bet the reps told the Foo Fighters, or at least their manager, and they were like, Trump campaign have bought a license to play the song, and they're like, cool. They probably didn't think twice about it. They're probably just sitting there jamming in the tour bus, on a plane, whatever it is they're doing. And then once the tweets came out, and it became this really big deal, Maybe they didn't know it was going to be the RFK Jr. event and thought it was going to be playing in the background. Maybe they thought it was going to be like him playing Tiny Dancer or something, and like no one's calling out John and yelling at him. But it was this iconic, historic moment.
Perfect, and it was perfect. The song was perfect for it. You know, it was just so iconic. You had the pyrotechnics going off. You had RFK coming out. You had like
my hero,
right? You had like legit two different factions of different political sides coming together because they are united on some ideals.
RFK Jr. is calling it the Justice League now.
I think it's awesome.
So Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Trump, and he just tweeted, "Wow, a Wonder Woman just joined the Justice League."
I love that. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration pulled RFK's Secret Service detail.
We gotta if Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump, and RFK Jr. is the Justice League, that would make the Harris-Biden administration the Legion of Doom.
Nice. I think that works.
That's what they're called.
They are kind of a Legion of Doom. I mean, they have abortion buses, and they have starting wars, and, you know, they have censorship. I mean, they're terrible people out there.
The great thing about this song is they'll never be able to separate it from this moment ever again.
I'm sure they're really mad about that.
Eternally fused together.
Yeah.
And the old rumor was that it was about Kurt Cobain, but now it's about RFK Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Here, so let's add this to the story. Tulsi Gabbard's endorsement of Donald Trump, saying, "I'm committed to doing all that I can to send President Trump back to the White House, where he can once again serve as our commander-in-chief." RFK Jr. says, "Wonder Woman just joined the Justice League."
I love it.
You know, look, I guess kind of a silly tweet, but it is fascinating to see former Democrats joining up with Donald Trump. I think we have the big tent party here. Democrats have shown themselves to be cult-like. The Kennedys attacking RFK Jr. prove that it's a cult. It was, what's her name, Kathleen? Is that his sister? Mm-hmm. She was like, she basically said because he left the Democratic Party, he's betrayed the family and their values, and his father and uncle would be disappointed if they could see today. And I'm just like, betraying family and attacking them like attacking a family member over their opinions. That's betrayal.
That's way worse.
Having an opinion is fine. If they put out a statement where they said something like, "We disagree with Bobby's decision to endorse Donald Trump, but we look forward to seeing him at Christmas," I would have been like, "Oh, that's fine. That's great. You know, I respect that." Instead, they were like, "I can't believe he would do this to us and tatter the legacy of his family." And
what's absolutely crazy about that is you also had David Axelrod coming out and saying, you know, your father would be appalled at this. You had Bradley Whitford, who I think just thinks that he must be Josh Lyman inside, you know, the West Wing actor, who came out and blasted Cheryl Hines over it. But what's truly appalling, and what none of these Kennedys are talking about, is how the Democrat Party that they adore literally sabotaged RFK's campaign. They sabotaged it. They went in there, they put people inside the campaign to sabotage it. They launched lawfare in every state where he was running to sabotage it. They created a PAC specifically to fund these lawsuits. And nobody's talking about how the Democrats of yore, namely like John and Bobby Kennedy, would be appalled, perhaps they wouldn't be, I don't know.
Yeah, they would be.
They should be, you know, would be appalled by the way that Bobby Kennedy Jr. has been treated.
Let's be real.
By the party that they were a part of.
If you took Democrats from any other era, they'd be appalled by each and every one iteration of themselves.
It's like how J.D. Vance was actually a Democrat circa 1986. Like, those are the values.
Yeah, I wonder about Republicans, though. Republicans, I think, would be less, but still, like, any person from a while ago would be disgusted by the people around today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably.
I think they would certainly be disgusted with the anti-American sentiment in the Democratic Party.
I think that's for sure.
Yeah, and the infiltration or just outright communism. I don't know what else to call it, but it was not too long ago we all understood that it wasn't a good thing. Especially when it comes to government and leadership in government. And now they're just regularly like, yeah, this is great. This is a part of who we are. We accept this gigantic communist wing of our party. It's problematic to say the least. I think JFK would roll over in his grave a few times.
Let's jump to the story from the Post-Millennial. Kamala's campaign demands seated debate with notes for September 10th ABC event report. Okay, I didn't believe it when I heard the news, because this was one of those when Trump was going to debate Biden, they were like, Biden's claiming he wants to be sitting down, and the media was like, no, that's not true. He doesn't want to sit down. Kamala does. She can't stand up for that long. What is she not capable of standing? I don't get it.
Jason Miller said that this is what the campaign wants, and Kamala's campaign was like, no, we didn't say that.
Really?
But they also said that the rules for the debate are in flux, and that they haven't come to any determinations about that. They do want to have hot mics because they are hoping to catch Donald Trump.
But I thought
the news is that real quick. The news is that Trump's campaign is
Miller
claiming
told Politico that the Kamala Harris campaign wants to sit down and have notes during the debate,
and they're denying that.
And Kamala's campaign is denying that.
Oh, so it's nothing then.
It could go either way. Yeah.
Well, the rumor now is that Trump is saying he doesn't want to do the debate because of the bias from the panel, and what I think Donna Brazil's going to be on it. Is
Donna
that the case?
Brazil.
I saw that there were 2 hosts, but I didn't see who the panel was.
So not her. We have this one from also Post Malone. ABC had his Biden appointee, close friends with Kamala, and set her up with Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, I was just talking about
So.
I really like this song, by the way. I can't say the words, but it's fucking awesome too.
स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेदुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसरान्वितीप्रभु सुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखर ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधानिपीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः
O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father, and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but my sworn love, and I will no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's a Montague? It is not a hand, nor a foot, nor an arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Would it though? Would it really? That is the topic of my video today. Naming magic and how to use it in a fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you like these kinds of topics, please do hit the subscribe button. And if you want to help me keep making more of these videos, you can hit my Ko-fi page in the link down below, or you can buy my books available on Amazon.com. And thank you very much to all of my supporters who make making these videos a lot easier. Okay, let's crack on. So first, let's talk about the historical origins of naming magic. Now, naming magic probably originated somewhere with the Greek philosophers, maybe even as far back as Pythagoras himself, triangle guy. Back then, it was called onomancy, which is predicting the future with names and numbers. And it was the reason why you would have soothsayers that would help you pick the name for your child, so that you didn't pick an ill-omened name, because names were predictive of the future. This prediction of the future then got incorporated into some of Plato's philosophies, especially where he spoke about looking past the shadows to the true reality behind the thing and being able to name that. And if you can see that thing that lies beyond the shadows, then you can manipulate it. And that was the Greek philosophies that probably gave rise to the kind of naming magic we see in folklore. From the Greek origins, naming magic spread outward, and it eventually reached Norway, where it gave rise to a folklore monster called the Nick, which is a Norwegian monster that lives in ponds, and normally you can only see its eyes, but it can turn into a beautiful young man who tricks young women into the pond and then drowns them, or into a white horse that children can ride, and then it rides with the children into the pond. If the snake attacked you, you could counterattack by saying its name, and then it would have to let you go. So if you knew the snake's name and you said it correctly, then you overcame it. You had power over the fairy tale monster. So you had some direct folklore power with names, but you also had power just by knowing something's name. And you can see an example of that in the fairy tale Rumpelstiltskin, which is probably one of our oldest fairy tales, and it has been speculated that in some versions of it go back as far as 4,000 years. Now, the Rumpelstiltskin fairy tale is that there's a girl who falls in love with a prince, and she says that she can spin straw into gold. She can't, but the king says, well, if you can do that, then you can marry my son, and if you can't do that, I'm going to chop your head off. So she then is crying because she can't spin straw into gold, and Rumpelstiltskin comes to her and he says, well, I'll offer you a deal. I will spin the straw into gold if you give me, your necklace. And then she does it, and then the king wants another room full, and then she gives Rumpelstiltskin her ring, and then he does it, and then finally she has nothing left to give him, but she still has one more room that has to be spun straw from gold. And Rumpelstiltskin says, okay, well, I'll take your firstborn child. She agrees, and Rumpel does the spinning, and she marries the prince, and she falls pregnant, and then Rumpelstiltskin comes back, and he wants the child. And then she looks for a way out of it, and Rumpel says, well, if you can guess my name, I'll let you out the deal. And then she figures out a way to get to know his name, and so gets out of the deal, just by knowing his name. And you can see why knowing somebody's name holds power. I mean, we can see it in our own world. If you know somebody's online name and you know their real name, you hold a certain amount of power over them. You can dox them. It's a terrible thing to do, but you can do it. It gives you power over them. It's the same as a superhero's identity, as we saw with the Spider-Man movie. If you know a superhero's true identity, you hold power over them because you can harm them with that knowledge. And so knowledge of who somebody is a powerful thing. And then the last folklore type application is where names themselves hold power. So they don't hold power over the thing, but speaking the name is like speaking a magical word. And you can see that in the Hebrew folklore around the name of God, where the name of God itself is held to be so powerful that speaking it gives you power over creation. And this was used by Jacqueline Carey in the Kashil Avatar books, where the name of God gave you power over the angels. And Fedre went on an entire quest to find that name, to be granted the ability to speak it once and only once, in order to dismiss the angel that is holding her childhood friend captive in a tower. So it was an incredible story to find this name and then speak it once in order to lift the curse that was holding her childhood friend there. So if you enjoyed that exploration of naming magic in folklore and in history, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about some fantastical examples. So like we saw with the Nake monster from Norway, there is often an element in fantasy where you say, okay, a name, when attached to a non-human creature, gives you power over that non-human creature. And this is how Jim Butcher uses naming magic in the Dresden Files. So if you know a demon's name, you can summon them. You can bind them to your will. If you know a fairy's name, you can summon them and you can maybe try to bind them to your will. It doesn't always work out that well for you, depending on the power level we're talking about. There's one instance where Dresden summons some creatures by saying their name that he really is not all that cut out to deal with. And it doesn't always end well for him. But regardless, you can summon such creatures by saying their name. Now the interesting thing is, it does influence human wizards as well, but it doesn't affect them as much as it affects fairies and demons and other creatures. And the reason why is because in the Dresden universe, it is said that humans are always changing. So because humans alter, It changes their identity, and the name is the expression of their identity. And hence, the changing nature of humans protects them from the full force of naming magic. And that's also why creatures are more easily summoned, because they tend to be more elemental, more unchanging. So in the Dresden universe, names become symbolic of the thing. It is the identity of the thing. It almost ties into kind of sympathetic magic, where the symbol, the name, stands in place of the actual thing. Catherine Kerr uses a similar kind of thing. Specifically, where she uses naming magic is there is a dragon who can be bound with their name. So dragons specifically can be bound with their names. And what she does here, like Jacqueline Carey, is she goes around the quest to actually find the name and figure out how to pronounce it, because you have to pronounce it right. That is, it's all tied into the identity of the creature. So she has a character that has this ring with a name engraved on it. And the character first has to figure out that it is a name. Then they have to actually travel to the people who created the ring so that they can hear how they pronounce that name, so that they can learn how to pronounce it correctly, so that eventually the ring can be used in order to bind the dragon. So in both of those cases, it was around names as binding magic, names being used to bind a creature or to control a creature. But I can hardly discuss naming magic without talking about Ursula Le Guin. So in Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea world, all magic is dependent on naming magic. If you know the true name of something, be it a wizard, a boat, a tree, anything, you can manipulate it. It gives you command over that thing. And that is why people use nicknames. So the hero of Earthsea, Ged, is his true name. But people call him Sparrowhawk because that's his use name. What I love about the way that Ursula Le Guin uses naming magic is that it ties into the thematic elements of her stories. So the story that really brings this to the fore is the Tombs of Atuan. In this story, there's a young girl who's believed to be the priestess of Atuan, and she loses her name, and the priests rename her as Arha. And she's supposed to grow up into the reincarnated priestess. Then Sparrowhawk comes and she captures him. But instead of killing him or handing him over to the priests or anything like that, she learns from him. He becomes a mentor to her. And he says to her, you can stay here and be this Arhu, but is that who you are? And he helps her reclaim her name, her true name, which is Tenar, and he helps her escape from the Tombs of Atuan to lead the life that she should be leading. The discovery of her name is the discovery of her identity, is her taking control of her life. It is her taking agency in her life. And that ties into not just the naming system, the magic system, but also into the thematic exploration of what is identity and why does it matter that you know who you are and that you choose who you are. And that is why whenever I think of naming magic, the foremost example is always Ursula Le Guin's Earthsea series. Okay, so if you're going to use naming magic in your world, couple of things to think about. Does the name give power, or is the name power, or is it just that you have power because you have the name? So it's a case of, is it Rumpelstiltskin, so knowing the name gives you power? Or is it like a fairy tale monster like the Nake, where saying the name gives you power over the thing? Or is it like the name of God, where saying the name is power? Can you name concepts instead of people? For example, can you say cut and then you cause somebody to be cut as though they had been hit with a sword. I.e., is this actually a magical language rather than naming per se? If names hold power, how do people protect themselves? Do they have nicknames? Do they have use names? Do they have rituals that defend themselves against names? And if you're going to use naming magic, I think that for it to be as impactful as the potential for it is, you should tie it into your theme. Identity and the discovery thereof and the claiming thereof should in some way be tied into the thematic elements of your story. And then your naming magic will truly sing, because it will speak to the user not just on the magic.
I'll be right back.
प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रतेर्महा नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धरस्फुरद्भूनिशीथिनी तव प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्बनिर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुरः कलानिधानबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगन्धवीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्चिदं गजच्छिदाधगच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयध्वनभ्रविभ्रमभ्रमध्वजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवान् विनिध्यमिद्धिमिध्वनन् मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयोः कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयोः समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निर्झरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा शिरस्त्रमञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो पिङ्गलस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्कितीप्रभु भुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटचूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधामि पीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः करालकालमट्टिका धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतीकृता प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायते धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रते नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरद्भूनिशीथिनी तव प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्ब निर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुर कलाविधान बन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगन्धवीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्छिदं गजच्छिदाधगच्छिदं तमन्तकच्छिदं भजे सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयध्वनभ्रविभ्रमभ्रमद्भुजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमद्गमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवान् त्रिनिध्यमिद्धिमिध्वनं प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयोः कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयोः समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निर्झरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा त्वगुत्तरीयमेधुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्किती प्रभु सुजन्यराजमानया निबद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्ज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधानिपीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालिसम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः।
I can certainly understand why Trump's going to be like, what is this?
Well, and Harris won't agree to any of the other debates. They claim that Fox is too biased, but like ABC is literally run by one of her best friends who set her up with her husband and who's been appointed by Joe Biden.
Right, and who's gotten several major Biden administration exclusives.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's what I find true. When Fox offered this, I think it was supposed to be September 17th as an alternative date. They would host the debate. I thought it was so strange that the reaction was like Trump's running away from pre-agreed upon debate. Sure, he agreed to debate on ABC with Biden on September 10th. Biden, do you remember that guy? I know that the Harris campaign has forgotten about him, but
maybe they shouldn't have agreed to the June debate.
So this was a quote.
Like a setup.
A quote from Trump. He said, quote, will panelist Donna Brazile give the questions to the Marxist candidate like she did for crooked Hillary Clinton? Will Kamala's best friend who heads up ABC do likewise? Where is little George Slopadopoulos hanging out now? Will he be involved? Trump wrote referring to George Stephanopoulos. What is George Slopadopoulos? Yeah. So I don't know if she's actually expected to be, she's a contributor. I think Trump's just saying that Brazile gave the questions to Hillary Clinton last time, so he doesn't trust ABC News this time.
Which why I mean, you'd think that ABC News would probably prep Kamala Harris for this, just like they would prep her for any kind of long form interview.
Right, which she still hasn't given. She said
scheduled.
She said we'd get one by the end of August, but that's slowly creeping up on us, and there's no rumor that there's going to be anything from her. I think it's interesting that she, I think maybe the Trump campaign shouldn't have agreed to a September ABC debate. I'm not saying no September, but there should have been a different network. But at the time, they thought it was going to be Biden all the way through, and it didn't matter no network could have covered up the state that Biden was in. That's why the first debate went so badly. I think it's just arrogance on the part of the Harris campaign to say, oh, well, we're the new campaign, so you can't, this contract is still valid. It's a completely different agreement when it's a different candidate.
I agree. And who comes to a fight and sits down? Look, you stand and fight. That is what you do. And moreover, who has ever gone to a debate with Donald Trump and come out unscathed? He's not the type of guy to run from a fight. I do think that there should be people there from all the networks. You have 3 moderators, right? Fox, CNN, and whoever else. One network should not monopolize it. We've seen how unfair and how unjust that can be. It should be fair. It should be square. That's not what it is, and I guess we'll have to see what happens.
I don't think Harris wants to sit down. Sit down. I think that's fake news. I think
news?
it's a political attack. It's always a political attack because why would anyone weaken themselves by just coming out and saying they want to sit down?
Okay, see, I was thinking maybe she wants to sit down so you get that because she's playing up the fact that she's a prosecutor. Like she's sitting at the table for the people and he's sitting like he's a defendant. Like to create that sort of image.
That's a good point.
Or height privilege.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Trump is a lot
way
taller.
shorter than she
yeah.
is. She's very
okay. So
very
that's
short.
plausible actually, and now they're being forced to deny it because Miller went public with it. That
could be a thing.
Yeah, that's plausible.
And the notes could be a thing as well because she doesn't seem to remember anything other than her
Height matters.
upbringing and the color of her skin.
Yeah.
Since television era, our presidents have been getting taller.
Yeah.
Because height really does convey some kind of, it triggers some kind of emotional response in people.
Yeah, it'd be tough for Greg Abbott.
Yeah.
Well, even when she walked on stage with Walls one of the first times, I remember seeing the video and being like, she's just actually overshadowed. She doesn't. She doesn't.
Isn't she like 5 foot tall or something?
Maybe something. She's petite, and I don't hold that against her. But it's just there are women who have a really commanding stage presence, and she's just not one of them.
She doesn't exude leadership. When you think about like a small, petite woman who was in like a position of power and who was probably a little bit intimidating, Justice Ginsburg, right? I disagree with the politics, right? You know,
Definitely a little intimidating, though.
Yeah, you look at her, you're
sure.
like, oh wow, you know, okay. But Harris is the polar opposite. She's just like, oh, I'm here.
Tulsi Gabbard's
for the
not like
balloons.
super tall. You know, she's like
I think
about my height.
I think she's great.
But she's great.
Yeah,
She
she's
exudes
fantastic.
definitely leadership. Yeah.
Do you think that Kamala's going to lean on her feminist prosecutor image that she's sort of trying to create from herself right now when she goes to this debate, or do you think that she'll try and come up with a new strategy?
I think she has to lean on it. I mean, you know, she's going to call Trump a felon. She's going to say she's a prosecutor and she put guys like him away and blah, 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 blah. She'd be foolish not to. So,
Is that going to work?
it's a good question, and it could backfire, right? Because a lot of people know that the system is weaponized, especially against Trump. That his convictions are crap. So, hopefully not.
I was thinking this hot mic thing is actually not a good move. Like, she's thinking that Trump will just be like making all these side comments, but
It would be the best.
if I could be misremembering, but I felt like there weren't that many side comments from Trump in the muted debate. Like when he was debating Biden, he kept it pretty cool. And I felt like it was Biden who was sort of making like rambling statements.
But that could be because it was muted.
But then like he has the discipline to do it, right? Like they would have these two shots of them, their mics are muted, but you don't see Trump's mouth moving.
I will take Trump on a hot mic all day. It's always gold.
It is. It's not usually that bad. Also, the Kamala's campaign apparently said that they would be glad to speak contemporaneously with Trump on a hot mic, like to address the things he said, because she wants to do a whole like I'm speaking thing.
Oh,
you know,
God.
she wants to like lean into her identity and get some like, you know, Southern black accent going somehow.
Well, you know, when she faced
Oh, yeah. Real quick, sorry. Someone pointed out that Harris debated Pence sitting down at desks. That's with notes. She did.
She did.
She did.
about
Yeah.
that?
You just look up the I'll pull up the pictures. Yeah, there's just.
Well, this
So
is not the
maybe-
JV debate.
and that's when she accused Pence of like interrupting her. That's where we get
Yeah.
this I'm speaking thing from. I mean,
Yeah.
she is trying to make it so that Trump seems like
Yeah,
a
there you go.
man.
Yeah, I compared.
They were sitting at desks with notes.
I compared her wanting to have notes to an open book test in a freshman year lecture class.
Oh, so now I definitely think the story's real, and they're just trying to downplay it because it was embarrassing for them.
It definitely seems embarrassing. Yeah.
Stand and fight. Stand and be heard.
Yep.
What is this?
Sitting at desks with notes.
And before, when they were scheduling this with Biden, I think the Trump campaign, and Trump's kind of referenced this in some of his more recent speeches, they were like, the Biden campaign gave us options because they assumed we would say no. So we said yes to everything because we just knew we could handle it. And I think now it's totally fair for the Trump campaign to be like, no, I don't want to sit at a desk.
Right.
Stand up. Like, we're going to stand this whole time.
Stand.
I think that if she's really going to show up for this debate, it shouldn't be on her terms the way it had to be with Biden. Biden was going to collapse anyways. I think she should not have to get this like inherited upper hand that she seems to think she deserves.
Hilarious. Biden collapses. Trump gets shot while he's on his feet and he's still here.
Yeah.
A funny world.
This is we have someone should keep track, maybe a spreadsheet or a tally of the historical events that have happened in this year alone, and then maybe you do the past 2 years, then 3, then 4, and we can just count, and then wow, time's moving real quick. I blame the internet.
It's all historic.
Yeah.
It's historic, like Kamala's candidacy and Trans Day of Visibility being on Easter.
Oh,
and
man.
Historic gains of the Biden administration's climate initiative under something called the Inflation Reduction Act, which was really just that was historic climate change legislation.
Yeah.
Massive spending to reduce inflation.
What do you think the legacy of the Biden administration will be?
I think he's going to be easily forgotten, like George W. Bush.
Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, like put on your sweater.
Hopefully not
turn down the
Buchanan.
heat. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe.
Yeah.
They seem like they're kind of throwing out these last minute initiatives. Like he's announced a new environmental thing. He's apparently taken a more strong position on the ceasefire, or like trying to like.
He hasn't done anything. He has nothing
he's
on
done
his
anything.
schedule this week. That's another thing we covered today. He has nothing on his schedule at all.
Well, he doesn't have a country to run,
He's
just
well, he
hanging out.
doesn't. He doesn't have any. Yeah, he's not running anything. And you wonder like who's making all of these decisions? Is Antony Blinken effectively running the country right now?
Terrifying thought.
Kamala Harris isn't doing it. She's out there experiencing joy and sharing euphoria with the nation. So who's in charge?
Yes.
Democrats
Deep
don't
state.
think anybody needs to be in charge. They just think that the bureaucracy needs to be in charge, or like they said during the
party.
They think the government organs need to be in charge, as RFK would say.
Let's jump to this story from Politico. It's not a pro-life position. Anger after Trump says no to Comstock. Politico reports former President Donald Trump gave his clearest answer to date on the federal regulation of abortion pills, and it's not what conservatives want to hear. After months of avoiding specifics, Trump told CBS News on Monday that he would not use the 150-year-old Comstock Act to ban mail delivery of the drugs if elected in November, adding the federal government should have nothing to do with the issue. Many prominent conservatives and anti-abortion activists were outraged by the remark, calling it nonsensical and cowardly. Which brings us to the big debate, which is affecting X tremendously. This is from Denny Burke. He says, J.D. Vance says, President Trump would veto any abortion ban that came across his desk. This includes vetoing a proposed ban on late-term abortion when the unborn baby feels pain. Horrific. And Lila Rose from Live Action says, if you don't stand for pro-life principles, you don't get pro-life votes. This has resulted in a wave of individuals tweeting out, much to the accusation of being bots, that they would not be voting for Donald Trump because he's not pro-life. Here's one screenshot where someone said, I'm an evangelical voter in Virginia. This year, I'll not be voting for any Republican candidate who does not disavow the watering down of the party platform on abortion. That includes Donald Trump. I refuse to reward betrayal with my vote. The next one says, I'm an evangelical voter in South Carolina. This year, I'll not be voting for any Republican candidate, blah, 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 same thing. Then you got this guy, says, I'm a voter in Indiana. I want to vote for Trump, but his leftward shift on abortion has forced me to withhold my vote. I pray that he reverses course. But until then, I refuse to reward betrayal with my vote, followed by another identical. And I've seen these tweets, a whole bunch of them. Mm-hmm. People are, so the first ones are from last month. And the two latter ones are from, I believe they're from closer to today, if not today. And I've seen a bunch of these same exact posts where they're like, I'm an evangelical voter and I won't vote for Trump. And I just find this really, really funny because it's the stupidest position in the world. I view it as fake. I have to imagine these are fake people, fake bot accounts. Maybe that's wrong, though, and they really are just the worst political activists ever known, ever. Well, the idea that they would I'm just going to say this one more thing. The president who got Roe v. Wade overturned is not strong enough on abortion.
What's crazy about that, too, is Trump never said that he was in favor of a federal abortion ban. He said that he was in favor of returning the decision to the states and overturning the bad case law that he thinks Roe v. Wade was, and that a lot of people think Roe v. Wade was. So when these bots, if you will, or people, whatever they are complaining about being betrayed, they're actually not understanding what it was that Trump promised in the first place, which was returning the decision to the states, not having it be a federal legislative initiative. It's not in the Constitution. That was the idea. Privacy is not a guaranteed right in the Constitution, the way that it was interpreted for this case law. So
you got a lot of people who are saying they won't vote for Donald Trump unless he goes full abortion ban at the federal level. And that's just basically, it's whinging activist virtue signaling because Trump, as you mentioned, was never for this and has given more to the pro-life side than we've seen in generations, but it's never going to be enough. My view of this is, imagine you've got a great battlefield. There's two nations, battlefield right in the middle, and there's a constant pushback. Donald Trump is leading the charge with one side, and all of a sudden the troops are turning around saying, you know what? Why aren't we storming the Capitol gates of the enemy nation? And the president says, because we can't get there. Mm-hmm. We have to get there by going through this battlefield. And they're like, nah, I'm not going to listen to you because you're not at the enemy's gates already. The idea that we'd go from where we are today to a federal abortion ban is ludicrous. And that Trump could deliver that is ludicrous.
Well, and Trump has said he doesn't want that.
Yeah, it's a psyop. Look, Trump has already delivered on his promise about Roe v. Wade, right? So it's like you said, he's done more for the pro-life movement than any other president before him. He has been clear about the issue, that it should go to the states, and then people can lobby and litigate at the states accordingly. This feels like a psyop to me, right? RFK is now on board. There are a lot of swing voters who are coming with him. There are a lot of people who have different views on abortion. I am as pro-life as a person could ever be, but I also understand that an election needs to be won here, right? We need Trump in office. There is a highest good here. And I'm not saying that we should sacrifice babies or anything for that. What I'm saying is Trump has already delivered on abortion, right? Look to the governors in each state to continue the fight there. There are 50 states with 50 governors and 50 different courts. Go fight the battles there for when it comes to abortion. An election needs to be won. We have RFK voters. We have swing voters. We have independents that need to be brought into the fold. We can't sound like radicals on every freaking issue. We have to win. Take a chill pill. And when it comes to all those other stuff, I think those are bot accounts. And if you have this person who's the most outspoken person on the issue in the country, she's going to have her position. That's fine. I'll take losing one or two people over here on our side to gain 50 or 100 on the other.
So the accusation is that these pro-life activists make money and gain when abortion is an issue. And that if Trump actually wins and actually succeeds in expanding restrictions on abortion, then these activists and nonprofits will have a harder time raising money. So Ashley St. Clair has been calling out Lila Rose. She says, Lila Rose, the most prominent voice in the pro-life movement, is telling you not to vote because Trump isn't principled enough, while she pays herself over $250,000 a year and uses $14 million in pro-life donations to throw luxury galas and pay for her podcast appearances. She says, I mean, come on. They literally held the last gala at the Ritz-Carlton Laguna. I declined to go, but special guests also received rooms at the Ritz. There's a few other people who have joined in calling out, it's live action or it's live action?
I thought it was live action.
I thought it was
live action.
But I don't know.
Homonyms, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So live action, live action, whatever.
Lila Rose.
Lila Rose, there you go. So people are releasing their 990s. This is their tax forms. And very little money going towards grants. And I don't know what they do or what their mission is or what people give them money for, so I'm not going to criticize them. But many people are pointing out they feel that they're just using the money for quote-unquote awareness campaigns, which basically means paid media appearances and special events. But does that actually do anything to advance restricting abortions?
Well, this is a huge... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's an interesting question. I'm not a fan of sort of hinting at like investigations when it comes to finances and stuff, because a lot of the stuff is par for the course. I think that Lila Rose, what she's doing is foreseeable. In this situation, she's not going to be like, oh yeah, let's, let me take any stance that sounds like it's not against abortion. She needs to be consistent over there. Do I think that her messaging on the issue could be better? Yes. Do I think that she should be saying this as vocally and as loud as she is? I mean, I don't know. Do I think that she's going to have an effect on swing voters or on RFK newcomers to the MAGA movement? I don't really think she is, because she's sort of the CEO of this not-for-profit that's advocating for these very hard pro-life stances, right? Everybody else is sort of what matters. So those are the people, everybody else is who I'm more concerned with.
But it's weird that you would get these very pro-life people being like, I'm not going to vote for Trump, and the alternative is what? You're going to sit out the election and go with Kamala Harris?
They're going to vote
You know
for
what I mean?
Trump.
Like,
Yeah, it's like...
Harris is not
similar...
I can tell you will not like her position on abortion.
Right. That's
It's
the only
real
position
bad.
we actually know of hers is the one on
Yeah.
abortion, which is unrestricted access for abortion, no matter what the age of the
It's
mother or
worse than
gestation
that.
of the child.
The Democrats' position on abortion is to send buses to parking lots for women to get drugs for their abortions on the spot.
Free.
It's not just they're going to allow women to get an abortion when she wants one. It's they're going to actively drive their vehicles to these neighborhoods and offer them vasectomies and abortions.
It's insane.
And it's a black genocide, basically, in this country.
9 out of every 10 babies in New York City who are black are aborted.
It's a horror.
It is a genocide. I'm a traditional Catholic, so I look at the church's teaching on the issue, and the church says when it comes to voting on these issues, look for the lesser of the two evils, right? Clearly, Donald Trump is the lesser of the two evils here. So if you are even remotely pro-life and that is your prominent position, that's what matters to you most, you're duty-bound to vote for Trump under the church's teaching. It's wild that anybody could even suggest going the other way.
It's just so simple to me. I don't understand how these people can be serious. Imagine a tug of war. You're playing tug of war, and they're pulling that rope. And when you lose, it's like Squid Games. If you lose, you fall into that pit.
Right.
And you're like, I'm not going to pull this rope anymore because you guys aren't further enough back. Are you nuts? The idea that Lila Rose and all these other accounts are basically saying they would rather Trump lose and Kamala Harris have her funding and support for mobile abortion buses is the better circumstance. They want that reality over Donald Trump being like, I got Roe v. Wade banned, and we're going to leave it to the states now.
So solar abortion buses, Tim.
They're solar powered.
Solar? No, I'm saying that's Kamala's dream.
Oh.
No harm for the environment, just harm for the babies.
It's got to be electric solar powered abortion buses for all.
The funny thing is, there was Allie Beth Stuckey said that there's a lot of people calling the pro-lifers saying this grifters instead of trying to argue with them and convince them. And it's like, yeah, it's just funny to me because I'm sure, I know for a fact there are a lot of conservative pro-lifers who are upset with this other faction of pro-life activists who are basically saying, don't vote for Donald Trump. They're gonna withhold their vote from him, which is just the most ridiculous, whiny baby thing to do. But me, I'm not a conservative pro-lifer. Now, I'm certainly not a modern Democrat pro-choice either. I would consider myself to be anti-abortion, just not to the regard that most conservatives are, where at the state level, they actually, I mean, these conservatives want outright bans across the board. You have two principal factions of the pro-life side, federal abortion ban, and we'll get there when we get there, but we also want abortion ban as well. And I'm like, well, like almost, I think it should be extremely restricted, but I wouldn't put myself in that camp. There's a lot of difficult questions I don't know how to answer in terms of privacy and health and things like this. But that being said, I'm not sitting here as some pro-lifer criticizing, pro-lifers and calling them grifters. I'm sitting here as someone who's a libertarian, old school pro-choice who has decided to vote for Donald Trump despite the fact that voting in his direction leads to abortion bans in the states, because I accept we are facing an existential crisis. And now I find it funny that there are some people saying, do you really think that Donald Trump is going to convince these like Trump dubious voters who are for abortion? Yes, he is, because I know them, and some of them are me. I'm not someone who's going to be like, we must ban abortion all the time, no matter what, or I'm never going to vote for anybody. It's me going, yeah, Donald Trump does a lot of things I don't like, but Kamala Harris is like taking a dump on this country.
The greater evil.
I mean, it's beyond that. Trump's not evil.
Right.
Trump's for the first time in my life, I feel like we have a moderate net positive in a president, and then we have evil. I mean, look, I looked at George W. Bush and Gore. I'm a little kid at that time, and I'm like, I don't see the difference. What's the difference between these guys? You look at Obama and McCain, and I was like, oh, everyone's telling me, I kept hearing this hope and change, and it was something different. They were like, it's he wasn't supposed to win. It was supposed to be Hillary. This was the big narrative they told us. Mm-hmm. Obama usurped the uniparty. He came in as a late candidate. Hillary Clinton was the heir to the Democrats, and he stole it from her. And I actually thought that what Trump turned out to be back then, I thought that before Trump, I thought Obama was that.
Me too.
So then when Trump comes along, I'm like, get out of here. This is the same thing they're doing. And then Trump wins, actually upends things. And I'm like, wow, the foreign policy stuff was really good. I can't believe it. No new wars. Boy, was the deep state pissed.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at this as somebody who never voted Republican before, doesn't like the Republican Party for the most part. They've got the Republicans have good people and Democrats have like one. Republicans have like 17. And so here I am being like, yeah, I'll vote Republican. And I'm going to vote probably down ticket as well. Well, especially here because Riley Moore's our candidate for Congress and he's great. So for me, it's a no-brainer. So yes, Donald Trump is actively trying to court libertarian Mises Caucus types, RFK Jr. types, and there are actual conservative Republicans who are like, I'm not going to vote for him. I mean, that's nuts to me.
It's insane. I mean, I think Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime, bar none, for sure, for many of the reasons that you just stated, including his willingness to take on incredible personal risk to effect change and what he believes to be the best kind of change for this country. And he's a very, very talented, very smart person. Then when I've met a significant number of people from Congress at this point, and to Tim's point, in the Republican Party, there's probably about 20 people who are impressive and who actually care about this country. And then there's everybody else. So we already know that the Democrats hate this country. And then you have all these other people in the Republican Party who hate you, who hate me. I question their loyalty to this country. And they'll work with the Democrats and they'll vote against us and they'll vote for Ukraine and they'll do everything else that they possibly can do under the sun to thwart what Trump is going to do if he gets back in office and to make sure that they do not help people who actually care about this country, who are members of the Republican Party. And so my point is this: we should also focus on congressional races, right? We need meaningful, talented candidates who actually
Let's kill a few fucking noobs.
What's on your mind?
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Go, go! The Grim... Gangway!
Not enough minerals.
How deviant. Go on.
Not enough.
Boss, the Grim Reaper has arrived.
At the ready.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
What's on your mind?
The Grim Reaper. Gangway, coming through. Let's run.
Not enough minerals.
I'm waiting.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Research complete.
What's on your mind? I can't.
Not enough minerals.
What? Go on.
Not enough
Gangway, coming through.
research complete. Upgrade complete.
How devious. I'm waiting.
Gangway. I can't build here.
Go on.
Armed and ready.
What?
This
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Who wants some?
At the ready.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Not enough minerals.
Gangway, coming through.
Excellent.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's on your
Not enough minerals.
It's go time.
Not enough minerals.
Say goodness. Kaboom, baby.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Love a good one. Ready to plunder.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals.
It's go time. Ready to plunder.
What's the
Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals.
Ready to plunder.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Let's get into the fight. It's about to get heavy.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's the
Not enough minerals.
Kaboom, baby.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Burn and pillage. Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
There's this. Ready to plunder.
Not enough minerals.
What's the plan?
Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Go on.
Not enough minerals.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Upgrade complete.
This vessel shall avenge.
Upgrade complete.
What's the
Not
plan?
enough minerals.
Go on.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Systems primed. Weapons primed.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
There's ready to blunder.
I'm waiting.
Ready for dust off.
Go on.
Upgrade complete.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals.
At the ready.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough.
Ready to blunder.
I'm waiting.
I love a good.
What's on your mind?
Ready to blunder.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Lay it on. Give us your best shot. What's our target? Got no paint.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Not enough minerals.
ready to plunder.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Ready to roll out.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Go on.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Pillage. Ready to plunder.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
I'm waiting.
Upgrade complete.
Successful.
enough minerals.
Go on.
Assimilation successful.
At the ready.
Burning. Ready to blunder.
What's on your mind?
Not enough minerals. Not enough.
Ready to blunder. Assimilation successful. Assimilation successful.
actually will go to bat, little mini Trumps, if you will, people who go in there and be their own version of an America First candidate and work with the rest of the people who were there, because that place is a cesspool. It's very unfortunate.
So Mike Cernovich just tweeted, "We have a real shot in November, and some folks are trying to create division. Kamala Bucks went out to a lot of Christian influencers. It does look that way. They'll usher in communism for 30 pieces of silver. It wouldn't be the first time this has happened." Oof, bold statement.
Accurate statement.
Yikes, man. Well, let's do this. Let's jump to one last story, and we'll talk about what's going on with Andrew Tate. We have this from the AP. Romanian authorities tow vehicles from Andrew Tate's home after new human trafficking allegations. So this has been ongoing for quite some time. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate, both of them were kickboxers and dual British U.S.
I'm going
citizens.
to brush my teeth, and then we'll get started. Can we learn the words to this? Oh yeah, there are the words, guys.
रमणीमणिप्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेदुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसरान्ति पीठभूजङ्गराजमालयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधामि पीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः पट्टिका धगज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतिवृता प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायते धराधरेन्द्र नन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रते नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्ध दुर्धर स्फुरद्भूनिशीतिनी तव प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्ब निर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुर कलाविधान बन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगन्धरीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्छिदं गजच्छिदाधगच्छिदं तमन्थकच्छिदं भजे सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्ब मञ्जरी रसप्रवाह माधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयत्वदभ्रविभ्रमक्रमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरत्करालभालहव्यवान् विनिध्यमिद्धिविध्वनन् मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गलध्वनिक्रम प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयोः सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयो कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे निर्झरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा चित्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीयमेधुरे मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्कृति प्रभु सुजङ्गराजमानया निबद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गभामि पीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्बनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः करालकालपट्टिका धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतिवृता प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायते धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रते नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्धदुर्धरस्फुरद्भूनिशीथिनी तव प्रबन्धबद्धकन्धर निलिम्बनिर्झरीधरस्तनोतु कृत्तिसिन्धुरः कलाविधानबन्धुरः श्रियं जगद्धुरन्धरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कजा प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभावलम्बिकण्ठगण्डलीरुचिप्रबद्धकन्धरं स्मरच्छिदं पुरच्छिदं भवच्छिदम् अखच्छिदं गजच्छिदान्धगच्छिदं तमन्तगच्छिदं भजे सर्वमङ्गला कलाकदम्बमञ्जरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुव्रतं स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मखान्तकं गजान्तकान्धकान्तकं दमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयध्वनभ्रविभ्रमभ्रमद्भुजङ्गमश्वसद्विनिर्गमक्रमस्फुरत्करालभालभव्यवान् त्रिविध्यमिद्धिमिध्वनन् प्रवर्तिता प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रकल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौक्तिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलोष्ठयो सुहृद्विपक्षपक्षयो कृणारविन्दचक्षुषो प्रजामहे महेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदाशिवं भजे निर्झरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा शिरस्थमञ्जलिं वहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो ललामभाललग्नकः शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यहम् इदं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहिनं हि देहि जङ्गपिङ्गलस्फुरत्फणामणिप्रभा कदम्बकुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदाङ्गसिन्धुरस्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरेर्मनोविनोदमद्भुतं विभर्तु भूतभर्तरी सहस्रलोचन प्रभृत्य शेषलेखशेखर प्रसूनधूलिधोरणी विधूसराङ्कितीप्रभु सुजङ्गराजमानयामि बद्धजाटजूटक श्रियै चिराय जायतां चकोरबन्धुशेखरः ललाटचत्वरज्वलद्धनञ्जय स्फुलिङ्गधानिपीतपञ्चसायकं नमन्निलिम्पनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमानशेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजटालमस्तु नः करालकालपट्टिका धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वल धनञ्जयाहुतीकृता प्रचण्ड पञ्चसायते धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रक प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने
Never. Lord Jesus Christ. Mother of Mary. Jesus.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No thank.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go to bed. We got this. This was actually some like really hard shit to write, you know what I mean? But let's get one more review from ChatGPT on everything we wrote today. That was a lot of shit, man. I'm writing on the largest possible page size and the smallest possible font. Well, like, the smallest possible font that can be read without a fucking magnifying glass, okay? So, you know, you might think there's only like 5 or 6 pages, but if I were to put that on a normal document, this would be like 50 pages, if not more, okay? So, what is this, page what? Where's my fucking page number, man? The fuck? The fuck?
Hey guys, welcome to Safi Mixed. In this video I will let you know how to use different pets.
So in LaTeX, there are a few ways to visualize the counters. Here are some examples. For example, to visualize a counter as an Arabic numeral, we can use Arabic comment. And for lowercase Roman numerals, we can use Roman comment. And in default, page is a counter with Arabic numerals because it starts from 1 and it goes like 2, 3, and 4. For this document, let's make this page numbers, for example, lowercase Roman numerals. To do that, we will be using page numbering command, and as an input, we are providing Roman. Okay, let's compile and see. As you can see now, the pages are Roman numerals and the first page is starting with I. Okay, so this is numerals. So either Arabic, Roman numerals, or when you use the comment, it increments. For example, every and this is 2 because I didn't change.
Hello, so let's talk about page numbering in LaTeX. Roman, then you can see that they're going to come in as Roman numerals, so number 1, number 2, and number 3. And equally, if I change that to be a capital R style I want, and then you can see that the first page is going to start off
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, guys.